Nom 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 nom. Welcome everybody. How are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Uh, who do we have here? I see a Kaz getting the esteemed title of first for today. For the first time with the new first redemption. You may have noticed the message has changed. And of course, entering the cheers zone to become 18% more comfy DPS today. Ooh, nice. A grand total of 46%. Hello, Guppy. Attempting to redeem the title of Zeroth? Huh? How are you doing, cousin Guppy? Guppy redeeming a hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch too. Nice, and of course I am entering the cheers zone. To grab a little bit of a mental, 14%, not too much. We're going to do 59% today. Nice. And today we are playing more Timberborn. Yeah, I think I did set the title, didn't I? And hey, Aileen Light, how are you doing? Entering the cheese zone to become 19% more Saint Marcelin today. Ooh, 57% Saint Marcelin. The posture check, thank you for the photo check. I am now hydrated, stretched, and well installed. Perfect to start playing with our beavers for tonight. And yeah, this is our little colony. How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you. I am doing great. Still not back home. I will be going back home tomorrow normally. So, hence the late start of today's stream again. Because today was the second round of municipal elections in France. So, still away for today, but yeah. So this is our little colony. Nice little colony. We have tons of water. We have the new dam in service. We have the bad water dam, where we have even used explosive to dig inside it. We have a number of water wheels now. So we have a lot of power generation, like 8,000, 9,000, something stupid like that. So lots and lots of power. We have started installing more advanced entertainment and stuff like that. Started more food production too. We have started corn production, as well as cassava. And yeah, I think today my main objective, and of course a lot of automation, I think today my main objective will be to start going into bots. Because I think that's really the next step, really, that we need to achieve. Like, we have more advanced science. We even just started an efficient mine. So, like, yeah, we could go into steam engine, but I don't think I will. Or at least I will try not to. We could like start digging into this dam. We could start installing batteries to get our power safer. So that's one aspect of the things we can do. On the entertainment side, really the only thing we don't have at the moment is the mud bath. And that's because we don't have mud yet. We haven't gone into monuments as of yet. We have dabbled a little bit into decorations. We need to do a bit more of that. But yeah, we haven't gone into bots, and that's going to be useful. You had streak again. Oh, nice. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Idling Light, thank you for streaking in chat. We always appreciate when chat is streaking. So yeah, we need to go into like more advanced food, of course. But maybe like bad water. Bad water discharge wouldn't necessarily a bad idea. It would ensure we always generate power. If we manage to get this powered permanently. Actually, I hadn't thought about that. So yeah, maybe that's a project we could go into. What else do we have? Districts, I don't think we need districts at the moment. Dirt excavation is something we might want to do. And like maybe playing with bridges and platforms could be something. But yeah, other than like new crops and stuff like that, really the only things we need to develop at the moment is like more foods, monuments, the end of entertainment and aesthetics, but we've almost finished with that, and bots, which will also allow us to get into more better entertainment, more efficient entertainment, and also less beavers injury. I think that's my main objective with bots, is to reduce beavers injury and allow me to decrease significantly the working time for beavers, and mostly move them towards logistics and building and stuff like that. Very safe jobs. Jobs where we don't always need beavers to be working. Maybe we keep them farming. We'll see. I mean, in the short term, it doesn't hurt to keep them in these jobs, so like the first jobs we will automate will be stuff like iron mine with a high chance of injury, or the industry of course with medium chances for a lot of it. Let's see. High chance for the explosives, high chance for the centrifuge. So it's really all the very high-tech stuff. Oh, actually we have gone into batteries a little bit. But yes. So any industry that's high chance of injury, I think I want to tackle first with bots. So that's the plan, more or less. We have like a ton of materials, really. We have fairly efficient transportation too. There's a lot of things we can do. And yeah, I mean, yeah, if we open these permanently, that would actually be a pretty good idea. We can do that relatively fast even, I think. Because really that's it, isn't it? 4,000 science, yeah, we can do that. That's Kind of a significant cost though. But I think we can do it. So beavers are able to get inside the tubeway over here and start building stuff without getting injured. And since we're in the middle of bad water, that will be useful, won't it? Especially since right now is a bad tide, by the looks of it. Oh yeah, all the water's going this way. That's why we had so much power being produced. That makes sense. So yeah, how is everybody? How's your weekends? Drying out? Oh no. That's not possible. How did this dry out? That's kinda weird. Was it always outside the hydration area? Possibly. So, if we want to go into boats, we're going to need boat parts, and that's going to be a lot of planks and iron and gears. But that's pretty much it, right? And then we assemble it into a boat assembler. Hey, Guppy, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Oh my. Streaking for almost a month straight in chat. That's so much streaking. Aren't you cold? I'm thinking maybe we make a new industrial district in here. Geared more towards boats. Like, we don't really need this path. We could pull power out of here through the wheels. It's kinda tempting, isn't it? Like, even at a low point in the power supply. Why is this going back? That's kinda weird. Yeah, look at that. It has so much water. I think we might want just a little bit more water going permanently. So what we have here? So we have this bad water dam. That's feeding into a water column over here. And basically we're using the bad water dam as a reserve. So this keeps this little section filled. And if we have the dam full, then any water that's extra goes in here. Oops. And then over here we have a throttling valve that limits the flow rate. So maybe we want like 0.4 to keep a certain flow, and then anything extra goes over, right? So most of the time we have extra water, and of course once we have established a permanent flow in here, We will technically not need the dam anymore. Ooh, this is getting built. That's nice. Right. So, let's see. So here we will need... Let's assume we want a bot assembler to be running full time. So we need like 1 head, 1 chassis, and 4 arms. 4 limbs, I suppose. Every 36 hours, right? Fish never wear pants. That's fair. This one produces a head, a chassis every 18 hours. Or an arm every 4.5 hours. That would mean 4 arms every 18 hours. So we have a cycle. If we have 1 head factory, 1 chassis factory, and 4 arms factory, that's a cycle of 18 hours, right? Which is basically half a bot assembler running. No, wait, 2 bot assemblers running. Yeah, 2 bot assemblers running. Yes. And then we need charging stations, of course. Okay. Well, let's do that. So we say we want 6 factories for the bots part. And for 2 bot assemblers, right? So I think we'll do stacks of 3. Maybe like that? And then bot assemblers on top. And then there's the question of the materials, because if we need... So every 18 hours we will need, in terms of planks, 5 and 4, 9, 10 planks, plus 15 gears, plus 2 metal. 10 planks, 15 gears, 2 metal. Every 18 hours. Let's see about metal. That's not a very significant amount, like 1 smelter could easily feed that. I said... How many did I say? I say 10 planks. And 15 gears. The gears might be the most challenging, won't it? Because 15 gears... in 18 hours, how many... factories is that? If we produce one every 3 hours? Every 3 hours it is... maybe 2 gears workshops working? And... I don't know if it's 1 or 2 lumber mills, but something in that order of magnitude. So let's assume we have like 2 gears workshops and like 2 of these. Hopefully that's enough. And we will of course need charging stations because we'll want to automate that first, right? This is high chance of injury. So might as well automate it first. And that means we'll have a tower with a lot of bots working. Maybe I shift this a little bit? How about this? That could do. Or how about... I have a better idea. What's... I need to learn the short keys for stuff. Key bindings. What's the bindings? Okay. Right, so... Uh-huh. Maybe that's enough. Something like that. And of course we will need to connect things to power. So that might be enough. So over here, we will want storage. Large industrial piles. Let's see, we'll need logs, planks, and gears. And then we will need head, chassis, arms, and really that's it, isn't it? Hey, Buffen. How are you doing? It's starting to get you how hard mode is mostly drought periods, punctuated by brief wet periods. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? Hard mode is no joke. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense actually. Aye. Yeah. Right. So... I think over here we will have an alternative way up. Perhaps in the middle, actually. Yeah, I feel like they made hard mode with the explicit intent of being extremely challenging. But I don't know, because, like... once you have... it's just challenging at the start, right? Once you have the infrastructure in place to deal with the droughts, you have the infrastructure in place to deal with the droughts, and it's not a concern anymore. Oh. Dang it. Maybe that was a mistake? Hang on a second. So I'm going to need warehouses, I think. Which then does mean... I mean, we can remove that. We can remove that, and then that means we can have our warehouses right here. If we want to. That should work. I don't know that it's going to be exactly the most efficient thing we could have done, but it will be good enough. It will be good enough. But then maybe we won't get this closer. Yeah, possibly. I suppose that works. That should do. I think. I hope. It will have to. So, you are going to be making chassis, you're going to be making head. And all of these are going to be making limbs. And of course, these are making butts. Oh, did I forget about metal? I did, didn't I? Yep. So you're going to be acquiring logs. You are going to be storing planks. You're going to be storing metal, and you are not an industrial pile. You are a large warehouse storing gears. Aren't you? You guys, you are storing chassis, you are storing heads, and you're storing limbs. Nice. Maybe we can prioritize this. You are gonna be... Well, I need to connect these to automation, I suppose. So we have an automation for planks, where we have kind of 3 different levels of plank production. I think I'm going to put them on 2 and 3. And then we can hide the signals that say which level is active. Gears. Gears. That's water. Gears are right here. Can we show them? Nope, not prioritized by haulers. We just want them to be automating on gears. Perfect. And so then we want automations for chassis, heads, and limbs. I think we'll just have a very basic automation for these. Resource counter. Where do I put that? Right here, maybe? So you're high importance. Good, good. I'm going to prioritize infrastructure. There. And of course, the storage. At its core, this game has a very simple loop. At this point, we've pretty much won the game. It's mostly about where do we want to go? What's our end game, right? Which, I mean, the game does have an end game to build the repopulated monument. It requires a lot of production. But it's kind of, we're kind of at a point where it's like make your own goals, because like we could go towards more production and straight to the monument, or we could decide to do a lot of bots and focus on bots. We could decide to take a lot of time making a lot of automations to make the production very efficient. We could focus on happiness. There's a lot of things we can do. Let's pause these for now. These are auto-paused already. And I suppose, I mean, we've been lacking gears anyway, and we're going to be spending a lot of them to build stuff, so it's okay that these are running. It's rather beneficial, in fact. Oh yeah, so much supply here. Five injured beavers. It's kinda worrying. That's a lot of injured beavers. Alright, so this. So we want bot head, bot chassis, and bot limbs. We activate if it's below 95% for each of them. We're going to name them. Add. Chassis. Is there one S or two? Oh, two. I should be ashamed, it's a French word. But, you know. So, chassis, automate, chassis. Head, automate, head. And limbs, automate, limbs. Good, good, good. I would like these to be prioritized if possible at all. And we might eventually have to automate gears, I think. We need more pine resin. I think. That would seem wise. Oh, let's see. More pines is kind of what limits the pine resin. Go ahead and plant trees, please. We added so much stuff and we still have 3 beavers. I'd love that. Six injured beavers now. That won't do, we don't have enough medical beds. It's fairly important, I would say. Mhm. Yeah, these do consume even when there's no bot inside them. Ah, beaver injured went down, that's good. We are at planks level 2. Interestingly. Oh yeah, I guess. I guess we are. We do have a bunch of trees that need gathering still. I love this circuit pattern it does. I really do. And how are we downstairs? Oh, come on. Ah, right here. This is going to take its sweet time. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. But yeah, we have so many treated planks to make. Also, we are consuming treated planks to make metal, so we might want to consider increasing the planks production, treated planks production. That said, we have a lot of scrap metal. So, I know. We added a bunch of storage. Is mostly what's going on. Okay, so they're working on building all the infrastructure, that's nice. Don't I have more builders I could activate? Apparently not, interestingly. There was a separate research to be able to activate bots on buildings. I don't know, maybe we only have access to it once we have started producing bots. I think that might be what's going on here. think it doesn't show up before. Why do we have like a tree cutting area or something over here? No. Just to be sure. I don't know, it appeared as if this had been cut, but it hasn't, so not sure. I might add more pine trees over here. Just, you know, to be sure. Let's do that. Can't hurt. But it can help. Ah, they're working the warehouses. Good. Have they started work on this? No. No work on the automation yet. That's fine, because we'll wait to activate these anyway, and this should be built before. I'm kind of thinking of maybe like having a straight canal here. Could be interesting to have more power, but do we need more power, really? Might be a better question. Oh, this is full. That's nice. Very good. Lacks goods. Who lacks goods? Aha, yes, we lack pine resin, that's fair. Because this is growing. Why are you paused then? Because there is no resin. I could increase the amount of automation to be like, hey, treated planks need pine resin in stock. But it would be 3 nodes per automation at least. So I'm not entirely sure I want that. I might add another number cruncher. It is gonna be a lot of gears. Let's have it on a lower priority. And science on. Yeah, we need to go to like 1,000 surplus. As a condition to activate it. We'll see. Or we could change things and manually activate or deactivate the number crunchers. That would be an option too. Come to think of it, that's a lot of planks that are being used per warehouse. Well, a fair amount of logs too. So yeah, lots of stuff is getting activated at the moment. Ooh, we don't have that much extract. Nom 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 nom. Hey, Berlin, how are you doing? Entering the cheese zone to grab some Gouda. 20% Gouda for a grand total of 95%. How are you doing? Berlin, happy Sunday. We have 5 unstaffed buildings, but these are buildings that we are using as reserve, so... We are doing science anyway, with or without beavers at the moment. Oh yeah, I forgot we automated that. We'll need to check next bad tide how it behaves. But yeah, we wanted to make sure that this is always good water over here. You're well, how am I? I'm doing great, thank you. I am doing totally good. Okay, this can get paused now. We just needed to plant new trees. We're making decent progress. Oh, this one's been built. I didn't notice. So we have the chassis storage. I don't know that it's the most important storage. Let's go to maybe a slightly lower priority. We want these to be done first, really. We might want a transport station, now that I think of it. Like over here, maybe? Or this. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Transport tube, and then we'll have something like that. Guys, highest priority has changed. It's that. This is like higher priority by comparison. And this is like normal priority, and this is like lower priority. And this is lowest. Good. Changing priorities a little bit. I'm concerned. Where are they going, like that? Where do you think you're going, beavers? Oh, maybe these guys are here for logistics, actually. Are we working on that? I'm going to even say... like, comparatively... don't start working on the station until you have this. Oh, I mean lower speed. That might explain things too. We do have ads going. So, ads warning. Possibly we might want some water over here. That's not a bad idea. A little tank of water, perhaps? So that beavers that are working over here can come here and hydrate a little bit if need be. That's always welcome. Nicely, nicely. They're building that one, whether I want it or not. Huh. But we're nearly there on the transport network part, so I'm not gonna complain too much. We need a few planks, we're gonna have them. I'm not too concerned about that. Aha, let's go. That should make things a lot easier. The number of logs we have is kinda dwindling, but that's because we're using a lot for building at the moment. So that should fix itself a little bit later. Few buildings unstuffed still. Okay, so we have all the storage, so we can now start building the boats. Perfect. I'm going to wait for all... I mean, technically, we could start to go ahead. Like, sure, a few heads, a few chassis, and a few limbs. These have actually been built. I'm going to keep most of it paused for now. Until we start stuffing it with boats, I think. Because otherwise it's going to be a lot of buildings. that are unstaffed also. Yeah, we have a lot of vacancies at the moment, as you can see, because a lot of the industry is being worked. This is a fairly intensive industry in terms of materials. And we're low on a lot of stuff, to be fair. Like this is 100 planks. So we must have iron mine. That's... well, not actually. It's iron production that's pretty high, but the iron mine itself is okay. I can live with that, I think. To be fair, this is advancing extremely quick. That's very nice. Alright, we already have enough to produce one bot and a bit. That's gonna be nice. I do think we need to activate one of the charging stations. And we're going to slowly ramp things up. Very slowly. This is gonna be paused to begin with. Because this is going to be producing a lot of bots and continuously. I think initially we're going to start automating the part factory rather than the bot assembler. Because with the science for one building, we can automate 6 buildings actually. And it's also going to limit bot production rate, which is going to keep the materials consumption a little bit more contained. Oh, 93%. Nice, nice. Tomorrow morning, we have our first bot. Oh, this one's producing, it shouldn't be. Come on, Beavers, you can do it. Show me the bots. Show me your cute little bots. 99%, let's go! First bot. And so now we can... ooh... 10,000 science for this one. And this one would be how much? 5,000. That's a little bit more reasonable. Which we can immediately do. Nice. So we have one worker bot. No vacancies, no unemployed bots. Our first bot is making head. We're making great headways. And of course the nice thing is the bots are producing 24/7. So really we should have them on limbs, I think, rather than heads. Because we do have more demand for limbs. If we're burning like one factory for limbs. Yeah. We'll need so much science though. It's not even gonna be funny. And down here, how are we doing? Ooh, ooh. Nice. We will want this open. But actually we want it slightly higher priority. Because we do have a drought about to start. And who says droughts implies no power if we don't have the water discharge thing. Or little power, I should say. Building lacks power actually already. Yeah. So we just turned off science. We do have a free, but we need more limbs. We definitely need more limbs. So let's just have bots on more limbs. How is this doing? Eh, not too bad actually. I mean, the level is going down, but it's gonna keep up for like a day maybe. At a fairly reduced supply. Yeah, that's okay. And we still have the batteries, so... Halfway through gears and like third of the way, not even a third. A sixth of the way through iron. We're completely out of iron at the moment and completely out of gears. So we're going to need a lot of iron and gears production actually. Oh, which reminds me, we should have... Dang it. That was stupid. Should I remove this warehouse to build another industrial pile? I almost want to. I think I do. And then we build this. We did lose a few resources doing that. But long term, I prefer having an infrastructure that makes more sense rather than keeping like just a little bit more resources in the short term. You're going to be scrap metal. And you are going to be gears. Yeah. might want this platform just so they can get materials out of here. Just in case. Oop, that was a wall, as it turns out. So we're on to 2 bots. Nice. Yeah. Everything in bots need gears. Of course, for gears. Oh my gosh. 37, 38 unemployed. Or not unemployed, but like vacancies. This is low priority. This is low priority. How many buildings are unstaffed? Builders' huts. Holding post. That's less nice. This is taking so many beavers. Or did we have like a wave of death or something? I don't think so. I just grew very fast. Is probably the problem. This could be working at half capacity for now. Technically, the planks are nearly to level 1. This should be like 90%, not 91. So yes. We're nearly at planks level 1. So just one more little push and we'll be there. This is slightly dire. But it is also because we are in a drought, to be fair. Ah, yeah. The fact that we also have 8 beavers used to push stuff doesn't help, to be fair. Okay, so planks are there. At this point, I mean, the problem is we have no power anyway, so... What are we doing down there? We're still a ways away, aren't we? But yeah, that's important. That's in fact very important. Much more than one more science building. If I were to remove that, what would I get back? Just wood. Not much point in doing that. How are we back to one bot? Is it because you're in maintenance? It might be because you're in maintenance. Bot is out of power. Yeah, that's it. Interestingly, it's still doing some stuff. It's just unemployed because it's out of power. Okay, yep. Yeah, so the drought is not super nice for now. We'll recover. As soon as the drought is finished, we get 8 beavers back permanently. That's gonna help a lot. We've been running the industry into the ground, really, because we built so much at once. Fundamentally, that's the problem we're having. Oh yeah, but water level is coming back. Come on, come on. Here we go. And that is bad water back into the wheels. And we are back in business. We are now energy positive. Well, slightly. But we already recovered 4 more beavers, so not that bad. And as soon as the dam gets filled, we'll be at full power. At least this proves nothing essential gets unstaffed. And here we go. This should be full power. Oh yeah. 10,000 horsepower temporarily. That's kinda vicious. No contamination. We were having issues with contamination last time, which was because we had an unprotected pipe right there. During this season transition time, we had bad water like spilling over in this little area, and then it was going through the tubeway station and into the water over here. So we have successfully solved that, it would seem. Aha! We can power one more bot. And we can have chassis on bot. That is one more beaver. Able to do regular jobs. I'm thinking we go back to 2 over here. I think next we go with activating limbs. The great bot transition. Oh my. The game is stuttering a little bit. Ooh. 100 metal blocks to go. And then we're in business even during droughts. That's gonna be nice. I look forward to that. Do we want more energy storage, perhaps? Might be a nice to have. Let's see, we could have a battery over here and over here. Unfortunately, I didn't look at the weird with batteries in mind. Well, that's fine. I suppose we can have the batteries on top of this. Though it is going to take a little bit of resources because I believe batteries are a lot of gears too. Yeah, and a lot of metal too. So we'll have to see where we are on resources before we place them. But you know, I'm sure we can manage. These are just a few logs. It would help a lot in safeguarding me against droughts. We have 2 unemployed bots, don't we? A king. We are nearly full on the bot parts factories. How is the logs doing? We're still on level 1. Though the number of trees in reserve is declining. So maybe we'll need to plant more trees. That's kind of what I'm worried about here. Maybe I should already start planning that. Problem is this isn't hydrated. So I could plant trees in this region. I might as well, I guess. I'm not even sure all of them will grow. We'll see. Problem is when I plant them, it takes 30 days before I start having returns on investment, so I do need to anticipate a little bit. Bots. Okay, let's go. We have a ton of prey beavers, so let's unpause the researchers. I do really need to have more research at this point. The number cruncher is helping, that's for sure. But it could always do better. I might establish like a research camp over here or something. More or less temporary, but just something that has a lot of inventors. And that can more or less temporarily soak up the jobs. So you're lowest. We do not want unemployment, basically. Because we need, well, we need 6,000 science before we can unlock more. Before we can unlock this workplace for the bots. Wait, this is unlocked already? Hmm. Interesting, this is unlocked by default. Permanently. Technically, we could have bots push the power wheels all the time if we wanted to. Interesting. I might want a bot power industrial lumber mill. Although we are catching up, so maybe I'd be more worried about a gears workshop that's powered by bots. Sure. Actually, let's have the two over there be boat powered. So we don't have to have more charging station infrastructure or anything like that. And this produces research passively. And boosts bots. But it does require a few resources to build, which I do not really have at the moment. So we might hold off a little bit. It's just a net positive to have, but I don't think I can, unfortunately. Even though I want to. Okay, 40 metal blocks to go. Ooh, another free bot. What do I do with you? Can't really put you on this. Do I just put you on the guild workshop? This one? You know what? Sure. Why not? Ooh, a bad payday approaching. Nice. That's gonna be sweet. I love how at some point it becomes, ooh, bad tide, I like bad tide. Once you can manage it, then it's good because I use it for power. So I have a lot more power during bad tide. Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? Thank you for the look. Should we get one of these on bots? Not really, because, I mean, we are not even at level 2 here. It's just the gears, really, that are in catch-up mode permanently, pretty much. To be fair, I am using a lot of stuff. Oh, we're so close. We are so close. I love that. 5k science in the pocket. That's getting there slowly. I could have this geezer workshop automated too. Let me have a charging station in here. Each of them does use 50 horsepower, but we're very close to having permanent bad water, so that won't be a worry. The only real worry here is that it does cost metal. and gears, which I'm not super rich on. Okay, let's get you on bot. We still have a lot of vacancies. That's 10 buildings unstaffed. I think mostly it's research buildings. And like builders and holding posts, it's not ideal. But it's not as bad as having... like 10 buildings off or something stupid like that, right? Like it could be. $194. Okay. I think we should manage it today, the bad water discharge. Uh-huh, 97. 98. 99. And we are done. So, this is a permanent bad water source from now on. That is great. No, I didn't accidentally delete it. That would be so bad if I did. So from now on, we're going to permanently have the full power supply. That's right. The bad water power supply is intense. 12,000 horsepower. That's so much. I hope it's not gonna overflow. I don't think it is overflowing. It doesn't seem like it is. But it might be pretty close. What are we doing in terms of water level? Yeah, we're definitely... I don't know if we're above one block, but if we're not far. We're not quite above, but yeah, very, very close. $7,000 science. Please just reach 10k. Please, 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 please. Oh, this was on. I mean, technically, I could have this on for 1000. But it is not permanently on when the bot stuff is going to be permanently on. So I think we're really much better off having the bot stuff automated first. Just so we can sustain the production. We do have a bunch of sap available now. Okay. That seems to have recovered. We have a lot of injured beavers. I think it's because of the assembler and all the stuff. But we're transitioning out, so I'm not too worried. Come on, it's just a matter of time. Ooh, Panderific, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Yo, 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 yo. How are you doing? How was Against the Storm? How was the stream? Oh, welcome in, everybody. Hello, Panderific, of course. Hello, Jarago. Happy Sunday. Welcome in, friends. If it's your first time on the channel, not Panderific, of course, I've seen you before. First of all, if you're not following Panderific, do give them a follow. They're an awesome member of the community, and we want to support the community, don't we? If you are new here, welcome in. I am Alastor, and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, this kind of stuff. And today we are playing the 1.0 of Timberborn, which is awesome. I love this game. I've been playing it for a while. Not necessarily all the time. But I have, let's see, yeah, about 225 hours in the game. So I'm not a beginner either. And yeah, we're building bots today. We're building robotic beavers. So if you don't know this game, by the way, it is a game about building a colony of beavers after humanity has been very stupid, died, and managed to ruin the planet along the process. And yeah, well, we're sentient beavers, we're very intelligent beavers, and we like water, we like being wet, but we don't like the bad tide, which is contaminated with poop water. People generally call it poop water. So yeah, there are seasons, there are droughts that happen, there are bad tides that happen where like all the sources turn into bad water, which is what's happening at the moment. This is supposed to be a clean water source. This is in fact our main clean water source that is feeding this dam, and this dam, and this dam, and this dam, and eventually feeding all our agriculture. That's over here. And instead, the source has turned into poop water for the moment and still will be for 2.4 days. There are other sources that are always poop water. Like the one that comes out here and that we use to power the industry. So we have water wheels over here that we're using to produce horsepower. We're kind of wondering what horses are because they don't exist anymore. But yeah, it's horsepower. And so yeah, we're making, like, we're planted food and trees and stuff like that, and we're irrigating the land so we can grow the stuff. And then we are turning the wood into planks and into gears, and we are going and scrapping the ruins of the human cities or these weird underground ruins, as we're doing at the moment, to get metal and stuff like that. And yeah, That's pretty much what it is. Against the Storm is was pretty chill after a long day of racing. Racing? What are you doing for races? Is it like car races? Stuff like that? Or running? You've been enjoying Timberborn since the 1.0? Yeah. I loved what they did with 1.0, especially with the automation. You can see that we've played quite a bit with automation. You want to get Timberborn too eventually, but money is currently aimed at other stuff. That's totally fair. But yeah, that's definitely, like, if that's the kind of games you enjoy, automation and colony building, I definitely recommend it. The normal mode, we're playing in normal mode at the moment. It's not too difficult. But yeah, that's something we've been talking about. Hard mode can get very difficult. What changes basically, it's the length of the seasons. So you have droughts, you see our droughts are like 10 days, 15 days without water or with bad water instead of good water. When you're playing in hard mode, it's more like 30 days, like a few days of normal weather, and then you'll go back into a drought or something like that. So it can become very challenging. Horses have more than 1 horsepower, by the way. It's such a silly mission. Yeah. It is. I mean, it makes sense historically, but in modern days, it's kind of funny. Oh, you've been doing Trackmania. You're doing Trackmania every Sunday and a little bit through the week too. Oh. It's been a while since I watched Trackmania. The eat and drink more? I don't remember, but that seems like something that would be correct. I'm not 100% sure. Hungry for cheese? You got a friend who would probably get along with me real well. Yeah, so actually, well, I'm French, so I like cheese. It's a bit cliche, but it's true. And we have this thing called the cheese zone, which is a channel point redeem. You can either enter the cheese zone every day or grab a cheese, where you name a specific cheese that you want to grab from the cheese zone. And yeah, it's a channel points redeem, and when you enter the cheese zone, you get a little bit more, a random amount of random cheese pulled from a list that I established. And you get achievements for being the first to reach like 100% of a cheese, or 200%, or 300%, and stuff like that. So yeah, hungry for cheese. Was it Jarago who suggested cheese when you were naming the river colony? I don't think it was me, but it could have been me. Actually, our colony is named the Moon. Why is that? Because the moon is made of cheese, of course. Or at least we suspect it might be, so we wanna check. Oh no! This has overflowed. Oh my. The bad water is overflowing. Uh-oh. That's kinda concerning. Right. Let's see. We're going to build a little bit of a surge projection system, shall we?
Thank you for the follow.
Ooh, thanks for the follow, and also congratulations on reaching 390 followers on the channel. You need to find mods to add cheese for that run. Oh, that would be... Maybe I should check. Would it be weird if we don't have animals and we're producing cheese? I mean, beavers are mammals. But is it weird if they're producing their own cheese? It might be. Oh, we have so many... Okay, I got distracted. So we were waiting on having 10,000 science to be able to automate the bot assembler. Which does mean that we can activate this one, and we have 4 more bots available. So, what do we automate with these 4 more bots? I think we automate planks. Because it's free. So we might as well. Got any kind of cheese I don't like. I'm not a fan of goat cheese. I don't... It has a very specific taste, which I'm not a huge fan of. Well, it depends. Some goat cheese, I should say. Very fresh goat cheese has much less strong of a taste. And then I like it. I actually quite like it. So I live in the Alps, and my family has a house in the mountain, and our neighbor is actually a producer of goat cheese because they have goats, right? And so when we buy them cheese, they usually go from like the very almost not aged at all cheese that was just produced, and then I really like it. But when it gets a bit older, then it gets stronger, and I'm not into it. I'm fine with strong cheese, but as long as it's cow cheese. Can say you've ever tried goat cheese, but you do like goat milk. I don't know that I've tried goat milk, actually. Goat cheese? No, goat. Ooh, thank you, Zeta, for entering the cheese zone. What are you getting today? 19% more Coulommiers, nice! Congratulations on reaching 143% Coulommiers. Are we discussing cheese? Yes, we are. How are you doing, Zeta? Happy Sunday. You didn't get to bots yet. Bots are really fun. There is a very fun thing with the game, which is that the lose condition, well, one of the losing conditions is to have no more beavers in your city, right? I don't think that counts bots. So you could like start replacing everything with bots and then start decreasing your population of beavers because you don't need them to be working. You don't need a huge population, right? And at the end of the day, you could reach like 0% beavers in your colony and then you lose, even though you have a perfectly functional colony, and I love that concept. Ooh, and congratulations, Pandorific, on entering the cheese zone to become 90% more cervelle de canut today. Nice. Cervelle de canut is fairly local cheese. It's kind of a dessert. And it kind of scares people in concept because it's cervelle is brain. It does not contain brain, it's just cheese. But it gets people scared. You gotta get some rest. Yeah, have a great evening. There I go. Yeah, I do hope to see you next time. How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you, Zeta. Yes, yes. What next? I think we continue... Oh, you know what we should do? We should automate the mine. Because beavers yearn for the mine, right? These should be highest priority. Yeah, because... Well, technically we have 6 unemployed beavers, but as soon as the mine turns on, it's going to employ 10 of them, so we would have 4 vacancies. Which is kind of the issue here, I suppose. So what to do? Well, we're starting to have actually unemployed beavers. And a lot of them, to be fair. I'm thinking more agriculture is what we need right now. We have a lot of land we could exploit over here, over there. Even over here, to be fair. Though we would need transport to get there. Oh, also, maybe more power storage? Just to be sure. I don't think we'll need it, to be completely honest, because we have... So one thing we have just done is install a bad water discharge, which seals a bad water source, but you can open it, and when you open it, after installing a bad water discharge, it produces even during droughts. And this is the source that powers our water wheels. So currently we're producing 6,000 horsepower, and that's permanent. Even during droughts, that's gonna happen. So that's something kinda huge we've done today. And so these batteries would help us cope with a slightly higher power consumption. But are we really gonna need it anytime soon? I'm not entirely sure. What's lacking goods? You are lacking gears. That's a problem. So let's see here. Why are we lacking gears? We are consuming... Let me go back and see. We said 15 gears every 18 hours. So just slightly less than 1 per hour. So it's more than 2 actually. It might be more than 2 of these factories. Should I add another gears factory? Possibly. Though if we do that, we might want to disconnect this real quick. Okay, let me pause. What does a gears factory require? Do we have the materials to build it out of pocket? Yes, pretty much. Because I do not want to stop this entire production line if we don't have the materials to build what goes in there immediately. You are super high priority. You are automated on... where is gears? Gears. Yeah, you're automated too. So that's fine. Okay, let's go. Yep. Immediately online. 6,000 power? You thought you were reaching high at 1,600? Yeah, we consume 3,900 horsepower during the night at the moment. And like about 4,000 during the day or something like that, so... Basically, like, you reach a point in the game where your industrial needs kind of skyrocket. For example, here, this is just building bots, this entire tower. And then it needs to be fed by like 3 gears factories and probably 2 or 3 planks factories at all times. So that's something that's running 24/7, basically, in terms of equipment. And that's always consuming power. And like the research, the number cruncher consumes 500 horsepower. It doesn't, like, it's very efficient in terms of research production, but it's expensive in terms of power. So you reach that point in the game where you're like, okay, I'm producing a lot of stuff, and I need to produce more stuff, but I have an ever-increasing need for power. So that's why as soon as I got explosives, initially I was on like 1 large water wheel, and as soon as I got explosives, I opened this channel here just to line it up with water wheels, because I was like, I don't care, during droughts I have like not droughts, during bad tides I have like 5 times the demand that I have, but it's better to have too much power, and I knew I was going to need a lot. Hey Miogogo, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is it going? Happy Sunday. I like the holy arrive. It's a cute emote. All holy emotes are cute, to be fair. Also, the bots work day and night, so that's also one of the reasons why we have a lot of power demand. You're good, EP, so you'll be lucky. Yeah, no problem, I appreciate the luck. Can we fit a number cruncher right here? I mean, we could if we did have a little support right here. I almost want to. I'm going to need a lot of research because with bots... So the thing with bots, right, is you can replace a lot of your workforce by bots, but for every type of building that you want to automate with bots, you need to pay a fairly significant research cost to unlock the ability for the bot to work in that building. So like this one is 2000. But the nice thing with bots is they work 24/7. So I've been ramping up significantly the research as well. So we have this whole little research district over here that just employs beavers that have nothing else to do. Actually, you should be lower priority. And we are going to expand it. So basically the principle here is if they're unemployed, they can go in here and do research for me so I can automate more stuff. And make their life easier in the long run. Because that's the goal. I don't want my beavers working. I want my bots working. And so right now I'm especially targeting either the industries that run all the time. So that's why I turned the smelter and the wood workshop, because they're pretty much always active, these two. And I'm targeting the ones with a high chance of injury. So this should be next, probably. I mean, yeah, we can. Explosives? Let's automate the kabooms. More kabooms for us. More kabooms, more better. What else? Ooh, a drought has started. Well, as it turns out, that's not gonna bother us very much because where previously a drought was like, oh no, we have no power anymore, we have changed this situation drastically. And now it's like, oh, a drought, that's cute. Well, we do have a lot of water stored. It's only 6 days. We have probably 10 to 15 days worth of water in storage. In the dams. We could increase it even. To be fair, we could like go and dig up all that space with explosives. But we probably have better things to do for our beavers. Like getting them happier. So, let's start working on that. I want more agriculture. What is my next food I'm going into? Currently, we have a food factory. Packaging corn. We would need oil to start doing aubergines and what is it? Algae. Eggplant and algae. Algae is a hydroponics garden. It costs a lot of water, but we do have a lot of water. Oh, oil is an oil press. I mean, if we want to do algae, it's oil anyway. What do we do with mushrooms? Ah, it's in the fermenter. So maybe we will do mushrooms. Hydroponics and the mushrooms. And then we can go into oil. That seems fair, I think. For hydroponics, we are going to need water. I'm kind of almost thinking of doing it in the middle here, to be honest. That might be cute. And like, of course, the fermenter would go like somewhere in the industrial part. But we could totally have water pumping over here and a little storage. And the hydroponics itself. Yeah. I think I'm into that. I think I'm into that idea. So a deep water pump, maybe two? Do we want to? You are going to be producing how much? 1 water every third of hour. And you are going to consume 640 every 192 hours. I don't know how much per hour this is. But that's less than a pump's worth. It's less than a pump's worth. So that's fine. We will need water storage. Where do we store you? Right here, perhaps? Yes. A large tank of water. We will keep this for another water pump. We can actually build it right now already. And we can have the hydroponics over here. Yeah. Look how cute this is gonna be. Hydroponics garden. And we can even, I think, it's a large warehouse for the mushrooms, I believe. Yeah. Mushrooms. Yay. You are producing mushrooms. And we need, of course, to access this. So. That should be good enough. I think I like that. You are going to be automated on water level 1. So for a bunch of these, we have different levels of activation. So for example, that's the part that automates water. So I have 4 different sensors measuring different thresholds, whether I have more than 95% water in storage, less than 90%, less than 85%, or less than 80%. And I have 3 different levels that are controlled by these thresholds. If I have more than 95% water in storage, I stop pumping water into the storage. If I have less than 90%, I start pumping until I reach 95%. If I have less than 85%, I add some pumps until I reach back to 90%. And if I go below 80%, I add again some pumps until I go back above 85%. So that's what this does. And so these are the level 1 pumps. These 2 are level 2. And these 3 are level 3. And so this one's gonna be level 1. And I guess this one can be a level 2. Why not? So most of the time these pumps will be just paused and doing nothing. But if at some point we need more water, then they will activate and start pumping. So that's gonna be producing mushrooms. Once we have mushrooms, we need to ferment. So this will be a fermenter. Maybe I go over there? I'm not entirely sure where I do this. Because this is kinda cramped. I mean, I suppose I could go over there. But we do need storage. I don't like the idea of doing it over here. It's too cramped for me. I'm really thinking about extending over here. We can always relocate stuff later if we want to. Yeah, maybe that works. And so we can add fermenter like this in a line if need be, when the need arises. Alright. And maybe we can have a storage tower over here. Yeah. So we're going to want warehouses. Actually, maybe I'd better... Oh, I'm in pause mode, that's perfect. Was I already in pause mode? Or did I just activate it without realizing? I don't quite know. Either way, it works out. And then I want a path. So, spiral staircase over here and over there. Then you can have the path that goes here. This can be a straight staircase now. You're going to be importing mushrooms, please. From other storage, and you are going to be supplying fermenting mushrooms. Oh, hey, Mastani. How are you doing entering the Chisholm on this lovely Sunday to become 26% more Parmigiano Reggiano? Nice. Oh, first time too. And you're a supplier of fermented mushroom. Of course, of course. Not you, Mastani. You're not a supplier of fermented mushrooms. I mean, you could be if you want to. I'm not judging. You supply whatever you want to supply. And you're obtaining fermented mushrooms, please. Wait, what did I mess up? I don't know. Oh well. Entering the cheese zone while eating tartiflette is in theme. Ooh, tartiflette. I had tartiflette. When was it? A few days ago. Also, thank you for streaking. Streaking while eating tartiflette. No, that's decadent. That is decadent, Mastani. Let's install automation for that stuff. Resource detectors, please. You're gonna be detecting mushrooms. Mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. That's alphabetic. I just realized. You are detecting if we have less than 95% mushroom in storage. And you're going to be the signal that turns on mushroom production. I'm in caps lock apparently. You're going to be fermented mushrooms, of course. Same thing. So... we... turn that on when the mushroom signal is on. And we turn these ones on when the fermented mushroom signal is on. You want an mushroom too? Mushroom. The thing that turns into mush in your room. Hey, Selene, how are you doing? You can't stand it any longer, you're going to get some cheese. I can stand behind that. This isn't connected, why isn't it? Just because they're being lazy? That's fair. I am too sometimes. What lacks materials? Ah, yes, gears. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And the drought has ended. There was a drought going on? I'd forgotten. Chat, did you know there was a drought going on? Have you heard the news about the drought? Maybe we could have a bad water pump, like over here or something? What are you getting for cheese, Sele? Do I have an automation for bad water? I think I do. That's the one, isn't it? Yes. I should also hide stuff from the list after I build them. Just so they don't clutter. That's a mod we added. Because the problem is this list, well, not this one. This list can become very cluttered very quickly. So we added a mod that adds this checkbox to hide stuff from the list. We have 15 unemployed Robo Beavers. Maybe we should do something with them, shouldn't we? First of all, let's turn the entire planks industry into Robo Beavers. Your bots, you're not. But no, you are. We have still 10. I'm thinking maybe water? I mean, water doesn't really have a chance of injury at all. What has a chance of injury? Oh, this should be water actually. 10? Farming doesn't. Hydroponics doesn't. What about food production? Not really. So it's really starting to be about what's most convenient for us, right? Oh, I know what we could have and should have. We want a dirt industry. Maybe we could do it over here. Is there anything below there? No, really not. Yeah, this could be dirt mining. Let's see. It's in landscaping, I believe. Yeah, dirt extractor. Oh, though we do need power to do that. So maybe that way is actually a bad idea. Ooh, what? Where do I do it? Across? I could do it over here. That way, if in the future we turn that into a lake, that's not a problem. Yeah, I like that idea. Okay, okay. Let's have this be over here. We're going to fill that. This is a site where we had an explosion as part of the map scenario. So let's see, it was in landscaping. Dirt extractor. Yes. Anything related to bad water that could contaminate the beavers? Not really anymore in this map. But yes, in general, if beavers touch the bad water, they do get contaminated. But we have even installed a bad water extractor. I don't remember the name. How is it called? A bad water discharge on the main source of bad water we have right here, to ensure that this bad water source flows permanently from now on. Wait, what am I doing? No, 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 no. I don't want dams here. Building with dams. No, I want levees. Jess was building with dams the other day, I think. I was like, is that intentional? Or was it Elana? I can't remember. Jess and Elana have been playing a lot of Timberborn, and I've been really enjoying watching them. I don't remember which one of the two it was, but I was like, are you intentionally building with dams at the moment, or is that an accident? And they looked at me like, oh crap! What am I doing? It was kind of funny. You raise a lot of levies in EU5. Yeah, that would be a common... That would be a thing in common between Timberborn and EU5, wouldn't it? Levies. They're not the exact same kind of levies. But they do exist in both. Oh, water would fill in here. Interesting. And then... why do we have this in here? That's kinda weird. This is sus. Okay, so I'm thinking here. Maybe we could build valves that are going to be tasked with maintaining a lake water level in here. Just for aesthetics, really. But I think I'd like the idea because we had the bomb go off in here, so we'd seal this off. But currently this is all clean water. Because this was bad water at the time. But we have now solved the issue. Bad water isn't coming in here. Well, I suppose last time we had a bad tide, we did have a small issue with there being too much water in here. So we could probably use like a little bit more of levy in here. To make sure this dam does not overflow. Both of them help and are relatively cheap, yeah. That is true. Ooh, my beavers like to live dangerously, don't they? Yep. Ah, silly beavers. Getting themselves stuck. Right, so we'll automate that one. Because it is gonna be a high chance of injury industry, that's why I thought about it. We will want to store dirt. What type of storage is the dirt in? Is that the one? No, I think it might be the other one. Yeah, dirt is going to be in here. Maybe we can have like several industrial piles? Sure, why not? So you go down and you go level. And you're gonna be dirt. And that's going to help us like reconstruct the terrain. For example, we want to fix the explosion damage from here. And that's going to be invaluable in doing that. To have dirt. So I'm excited about this perspective. Yeah, so we could have... Let's do it. So we could have valves here. Not levies, valves. Fill valves. Yes, perfect. And we'll want an automation that is going to be measuring the depth in here. Of this one? Sure. And you're going to be measuring if it is less than 2.8. So that's the level we're going to be measuring, and you are going to be Badam Lake. Whatever, because we're going to very soon hide it from the list anyway. Uh-huh. When But Dam Lake is on. It means we need to fill. So you're going to target an unlimited depth. And when it's off, we target 1, I suppose. We could just say 0. So open, close. Good. And then we can hide this. And so they're all complaining, oh, nobody can reach me to build me. Yeah. We'll worry about that. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, that's close enough. Ah. Good point. Maybe I want to be able to build a path here. Is 1 block 1 meter? Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. There we go. So this is going to be filled with water as soon as I build the valves and the sensor and I open the water behind the valves. Oh, we have a ton of bots that are out of power. Yeah, that's a problem with building 10,000 bots. And not building the power infrastructure for them. That would be what ended up happening. Wouldn't it? What to do? I think what to do is a little bot charging area. Hang on. We are going to destroy this. And we can... that would have been something I should have anticipated. But I didn't. So, you know. Well, you live and you learn. Don't you? But charging stations. So these are charging stations. Each of them costs like 50 horsepower to run. And at the moment I have a lot of bots that want charging stations. It's still gonna increase. Maybe I should automate a limit on bots. Maybe I should automate a limit on bots. That would be clever. High priority. Bots less than... what do we have currently? 32? Let's go like 40? Oh wait, no, currently 65 bots. Yeah. 50? Let's go 50. And that's gonna be when we activate the bots production. And so we can adjust the number of bots we want. And you are running when I demand bots, which is currently not. It would also be nice if you built it. That's not gonna make it different, but let's set it to global. And this is of course gonna be more important than dirt. Ooh. Actually, I want these to be less priority than reconnecting stuff, but still pretty high priority. Ooh, also, yeah, a lot of a lot of the industry isn't working because it's all working on bots, and all my bots are out of commission. So all my industry is like, we have a problem actually. 48 bots out of 4. This is ridiculous. It's not for lack of power, it's for lack of charging stations. Actually, why isn't this? No, okay, it's just the transition. That's fair. You... No. Yep. We're just waiting on gears. Come on, grind those gears into shape. Aha! We're starting to build the charging stations, that's nice. And we are starting to be positive on bots even. Ooh, a bad tide. That's exciting. We love bad tides in here. You know what? Your lower priority, please. Thank you. Let's see the list of jobs. So builders' huts are not automated. Bad water pump could be. Water pumps could be. Food factory, foresters, gathering flags, gear workshops, hauling posts, hydroponics, all the inventors. The large power wheel can be automated. Oh, but that's the manual ones. Yeah, that makes sense. Lumberjack. Do lumberjacks have a risk of injury? No, just chip teeth. That makes sense. Yeah, so our industry, except for the food industry, is mostly automated at this point. What's your issue here? Water? What are you doing, my dude? There's a large tank right here. This is great. Out of power, we are down to 11. So I think it should be going down right now. Especially since we're building extra ones. But yeah, not all the chargers are used at the moment. So it's really a matter of them getting their robot over here and getting charged. Nice. We are still kinda dramatically out of gears. I'm thinking about adding another gear workshop. Where would I do that? Maybe across, but then where do I run the power for it? Is the question. We have 37 unemployed bots. Yeah, so we could turn all the deep water pumps into bots. The dirt excavator will do. Maybe the fermenters? That would be more food. And like the food factory, sure. Possibly next we turn one of the hauling posts into bots. Ooh, Bad Tide, let's watch it. So, Bad Tide, water sources, clean water sources turn into bad water. Which means this main water supply here, that's our water supply for clean water, will turn into bad water. When that happens, it's going to go over there and be rejected in the dam here, and that's why we built this extra wall. To try to avoid the risk of bad water overspilling over the side here. Because that has happened a little bit earlier. Also over here we had the same... Well, we think we had the same problem over here. Which makes sense because we have a lot of stuff joining together over here and then it separates into several rivers. Which does bring me to the project we were having. Of maybe having water wheels over here. And to do that, maybe we'd need to like dig a canal here and backfill this. We could have like the bad water from here, go over there, and then go straight. Would be cool. Possibilities, possibilities. Also, have we built this part? Yes, we have. Well, well, well. Let's... Ooh. Try this. Maybe I wait for the end of ads. That would be clever. Oh, this is going. Nice. Dirt excavator is online. Good. That's perfect. Did I automate it or not? I don't think I did automate dirt. I don't think I did. Let's add automation, just for shits and giggles. Dirt is less or equal to 95% storage. You're gonna be dirt. You're gonna be operating when the dirt signal is on. It's like the bad signal, but it's like a shapeless mound of dirt, or possibly poop. You'll recognize it immediately. Do not worry. Aha! Yep, that's a mound of dirt, alright? Or possibly poop. Why do we have no mushrooms here? Is it a question of transport? Could be. To be fair, we have no mushrooms. I think we're just not producing enough. Yeah, we're just not producing enough. I kind of expected it. Let's see, we're producing 45 every 192 hours. How much are we consuming? Yeah, we're going to need a lot more mushrooms than that. Hey, Escaboo, how are you doing? Welcome in, happy Sunday. Shovel me this dirt, man. Yep. You dirty, dirty beavers. I don't quite know what I'll do when I'll reach this level. Oh, I guess I can have a platform on top of this. You know, that's fine. We have solution, actually. So, mushrooms. And you are automated on the mushroom signal. I still need a few gears. Just a few. Didn't I say I wanted to do more gears? Did I do them? Or not? I think I didn't. Yeah, I think I didn't add more gears. There we go. Automated on gears, perfect. It's not like we're out of bots. We have so many bots available. It's ridiculous. How's my happiness? 32. Yeah, I think we just needed to double it. Fermented soybean. I think fermented soybean requires oil, doesn't it? Yeah. All the recipes I have left require some level of oil or coffee. I mean, I could brew coffee. In all fairness, that might be the easiest to make, actually. Funnily enough. How do I do that again? Coffee bush? Drought resistance 8 days. Yeah, actually. This is great. Why didn't I do that before? I was like, oh no, that's an advanced industry. No, it's not. I just need to plant it. And then to brew it. And I'll need a gatherer, but whatever. It's actually very easy to do. Okay, so coffee. I need to store coffee grains. Where do I store coffee grains? No, not in this. In the large warehouse. And is coffee a liquid? Yeah, coffee is a liquid. Perfect. You're gonna be my coffee mug. 300 liters of coffee per day. A reasonable amount. Not too much, of course. You wouldn't want to consume too much coffee, would you? Right, so coffee beans, coffee beans, coffee beans, coffee beans, coffee beans. You obtain you coffee beans supply. And then a gathering flag. Oh. Maybe I need to remove one of the plants actually. So I'll have my gathering flag over here. And we're gonna gather coffee beans. I'm in a mood today, I don't know why. I think it's because we talked about coffee. And possibly cheese. Look at that army of beavers. Yay. Okay, and now we automate coffee. Resource counters. You are going to be coffee beans, and you are gonna be coffee. Less than 95%. And less than 95%. Coffee beans. Coffee. And you bring coffee. Good. Excellent even. This of course needs to be built, but here we go. We could automate it a little bit further, like check that we have beans available and stuff like that. I don't know that I want to do this right now, or need to. Building like Spower? Scandal. Oh yeah, interesting. Why is that? Is it because like the bad tide ended or something and somehow something paused over here? Why do we have a deep water pump here? I want a deep bad water pump, not a deep water pump. Oops. That might have been an oversight. Sir Alastor, this is your midnight alert and my goodbye. Have a great night, Sir Mastany. Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure. Have a good luck with your sleep campaign. Okay, first things first. My science actually consumes 1,000 science. A 1,000 horsepower. So we want a surplus of 1,000 horsepower. Nonetheless... Why is it blinking? It shouldn't be. That's sus. Right. Anyway. Yeah, why is it blinking? We want science surplus. Oh. Yeah, I see. Okay, so. I'm going to have a memory over here. You are going to turn on, if I say science on, and to turn off if I say power wheel on, because that means I need power. And that's actually gonna be controlled is... Oh no, I can't click. Ah! Stop. On memory one here. That should be less unstable. Because even if we don't meet the surplus conditions anymore... So, what we're checking here, we're checking that we have enough power to actually start the science module. And we're checking that we don't have the power wheel on. Which technically just means that we don't have enough science. Maybe this is my off. Yeah, sure. Well... No, this is... So that's gonna be science off. Science off, and this... can't get removed, I think. Oh no. Yeah, this can be science on. So you turn on this, you turn off on that. Green, red, status. So currently we don't have 1,000 surplus, but we're not negative either. It's okay, we're reaching a point where it doesn't really matter anymore. Because we have the beavers anyway. Thanks to the robots. Okay, so let's demolish these and start filling up the lake. This is, of course, opened. And as soon as this reaches like 2.8, the level meter will turn off, and this should turn off. Is what I expect to see. And this is off. Perfect. Oh my god. Right. Okay, it's stabilized. It's stabilized. There was a little bit of a wave, but nothing too drastic. Alright, so should we have the project to like straighten this canal? I think we should. Alright, let's do it. Let's decide to do it. So you're 4 wide. Uh-huh. We are going to need stairs to go down for our builders. Then, over here, we want to go straight. Like this, and then to drop, basically. Like that. Cool, cool, cool. And then on this side, we're going to go straight, reach in here, and then we go this way. So we need to open this canal before we start filling this in. But yeah, that's pretty much it here. What can I automate? I have 23... Oh, I wanted to automate actually... some of the logistics. Because having logistics that go 24/7 is going to be invaluable at this point. Where are my logistics centers? Holding posts. You. Do I do all of them? Maybe I do all of them. You know what? Sure. And that's a new high score, I hear? Nice. 34 happiness. That is great. Look at that. And we still don't have coffee being produced. That's even without coffee. We should build a few beaver bursts and a few clocks. What's so good about coffee? It's a factor of happiness for this tribe of beavers. That's basically it. Oh, we could have the mud bath too. Because we have dirt now. So yeah, we're growing coffee beans over here. And soon we'll start gathering coffee beans and brewing the coffee and all of that. And they're gonna be super happy about it. Because these beavers like coffee. Let's see. I was thinking of doing something and then I forgot. Oh, no, I know, aesthetics. I wanted to finish the decoration stuff. So more like decorative clocks. Where do I install decorative clocks? Maybe I can have one over here. Maybe we can have one over here. Yeah, they should like that, I think. Ooh, yeah. 35 happiness. I haven't even installed it, they're already happy about it. No, what happened here? I don't know, we're just like maxing out stuff because a lot of them just don't have a job. And I think they're just having more time to be happy. Look at that. Our beavers getting scratched and detailed. And they have clocks. That they can watch. We need beaver bursts. Where can we install that? I mean, I'm going to want the space here. Maybe here, actually. Yes. That's definitely going to be a place for a beaver bust. Ooh yeah. And maybe we can have beaver bust over here. With a brazier in the middle. Oh, and you know what? Pause this one real quick. Like this. With little roofs in the middle. It's ridiculous, it makes no sense, but to them it does. It's artistic. 37! Ooh yeah. All that with a few clocks and a few busts. Hell yeah. It seems that this might be out of reach. Yeah. Aha! And here we are, we have coffee beans. And we should start producing coffee though. Yeah, look at that. Already one happiness for coffee. Mud bath. I think I want the mud bath. 1.8 thousand. So you need a few mechanical power and you're going to need the... I'm kind of thinking of having it here. Or here, actually. That's a great idea, in fact. Okay, so... I'm going to need a little bit of dynamite. I hope you don't mind, beavers. Just a tiny amount. Tiny cable? Oh, yes. Actually, no. Ooh, just in time. Like this. We want them symmetrical. Right. Then I need a little bit of storage. Of dirt. You're not gonna have the mechanical connection, so I need to add it. Right, I have a few kabooms that appear to be ready. But are you ready, chat, for the kabooms? That is the question. Let's start with the small one over here. Let's go to X speed. Ooh, that's awesome. Reach an average well-being of 40. Nice, that's an achievement. Let's go. More kabooms. Hehe. A little bit more as a treat. And a tiny bit more as a tiny bit more of a treat. Oh, let's see. I mean, I'm going to need a path across, so let's build that real quick. Pressure seems like a fun map. Yeah, it's a very fun map. It's all about the fact that there's explosions that happen. So, first of all, your water is coming from level 0. So, my main water source is this one at the moment. And so you start, it looks a little bit like an oasis at the start. Because water is coming over here, and right here it's going through a hole and it's filling that lake, right? And then the water goes in this river and goes out. But you have bombs that are about to go off a little bit everywhere. Some above ground, some underground, and you have underwater bad water canals as well. And the bombs threaten to let the bad water inside the clean water, basically. And so the start is a little bit of a rush. Because you don't know when it's gonna go off, you don't know in which order it's gonna go off. You'll have a little bit of a warning ahead. But when you start, you just don't know, so you're like, well, it could go off at any point in time, really, for all I know. It could be tomorrow. It could be in 10 days. It could be in 100 days. And so you're just rushing to try to handle what would kill you first. Before stuff starts going kaboom. There's not enough space in here for a building, but I could certainly have a charging station. Why is this not connected? That's weird. Did I neglect to do that? Silly me. Well, at least they have dirt. This is getting built. Okay. Ooh, look at this. Yeah. Aha! We have more kabooms available. Okay, so water is going to go there. In order to do that, we will need tunnel. And possibly tunnel. Is that considered accessible? It is not. Oh, disappointing. Oh well. Let's have a vertical tubeway. Something like that. And then we can go across. 41 well-being. What is it this time? Oh, it went away. Oh, the mud bath just activated. Hey, hey. Hello, hello. Oh, also, if any of you hasn't noticed, a little channel logo on the tail of the beavers. You can have automated stuff to with the detailer. I think these should be always on. There's no reason not to at this point, really. Aha! So, they're going to explode this, which is going to mean that the water here is going to go this way. Woohoo, 42. Nice, nice, nice. Rain block. The Oasis is one of the maps I was thinking of when I started. But I knew that, like, for example, Elana's playing it, I think World is playing it as well. I figured there's a lot of streamers in the community that are already playing that one at the moment. So it might be fun to be able to showcase another one. Which I'm very much enjoying as well. I will need an access. Okay, so let's think about it. We could build terrain here. And then dig behind and go across over here. Hey, Jerry Mondo, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah, we're kind of almost short on power at the time. Especially since we're in the middle of drought. During a bad tide, we definitely wouldn't have the problem, but... right now, it's a little bit more of a problem. Oh. Ah. I didn't expect that. It's against the centrifuge, but it's not connected. Crap. $43. Ooh, nice. Yeah, look at that. Oh yes, we have 3 happiness for coffee. Very, very nice. So, let's figure that out. This channel is too wide. So we continue with too wide over here. I think. And we can fill this with dirt. There's no point not to. It doesn't have to be dirt. It could be levees. But dirt perfectly does the job, so why not? This we're not going to want in the middle. We want something that's watertight. Two. We do need access here. Then we can go with explosives for these. So that communicates. Which means that technically, you know, we can close this off. Oh, yeah. We need to build this one first, otherwise this one can never get built. Right? So... Oh yeah, that's clean water in here. Forgot. This is 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's perfect, actually. That's actually perfect. Right. Lots of busy beavers at the moment. Building looks good. The fermenter would still like mushrooms, that makes sense. And buildings like power, that would be the number cruncher. That's fair too. And so the plan here is to have water wheels lining this. We'll see, maybe we can go 3 wide even. That would be fun. On the other hand, if I go 4 wide, I could go 2 water wheels wide. Which is also an exciting prospect. I mean, technically this one we don't really want because the flow has already separated. And so yeah, we could trim this and then we'd have another row of water wheels producing even more power for us. I like that. I should have a few more builder sets, I believe. Very low priority, of course, as a workplace, but very high priority as a project. We're still low on gears. This isn't even so heavy on gears, this project. Do these require gears? No, they don't require gears. I don't know what's so heavy on gears. My settlement looks nice, yours is more like a pile of random things. I try to keep things organized, but to be fair, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of this very vertical aesthetics. It's easier to organize things like that, but I don't necessarily think it looks better. Things are put down at random, there's no logic. Yeah, generally, in my experience with games like Factorio, this kind of stuff, it comes... I don't know, do you have a lot of experience with the game? Because generally, this kind of more organized settlement comes from experience of, oh, I'm putting this here because I know that later on, or like I'm leaving space here because I know that later on I'm going to need this space for that industry and stuff like that. And so because you have the experience of already having built a settlement, already having gone into issues where you're like, oh, I don't know where to put this, and so you just put things somewhere because there's space there, and next time you do it, you're gonna be like, okay, I need to anticipate that because I don't want to run into that same issue. You think it's about filling the empty void in your soul? Oh, that's dark. Okay, so I'm going to want to remove this to replace it by that, and that's non-negotiable. Build that right now. Please. That would be better. Maybe I could already go one higher. I don't know. Nah, we'll be fine. We should be fine. The iron teeth are so good. Well, it depends. I like the tube way. But one of the things, they don't have underground storage. Well, the storage you could build underground, right? You could totally build it underground and like you can stack them. You have stackable storage. So that's nice. Because the problem of the underground storage is that yes, it goes below ground, but it can't be stacked. So in a way it takes more space. And you could just dig a hole and build this underground and build an entrance and that would be the same, right? The tubeway, in theory, allows you to go underground. It's like 7 of these stacked. Even this one, because this is 1200, this is big, right? The large warehouse is big. I guess the large industrial pile is kinda small, so that's fair. But yeah, the thing is the tubeway, so you can like plan a big hole underground and plan to have a tunnel basically for your tubeway. The problem is you build tunnels and for each tile of tunnel you want to build, you need to wait for them to blow things up, then go build the tubeway inside it, and then wait for them to blow up the next tunnel, and then go build the tubeway inside it, etc, etc. And so it's extremely slow to do. And it becomes a little bit grindy. So I'm not too much of a fan of that. The bad water discharge is great too. Yeah. Yeah, I do like the bad water discharge. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So the bad water source that feeds this has a bad water discharge, so it works whether I have a drought or not. Actually, currently we have a drought, I barely noticed. What's the water doing? We're fine. So vertical power shaft will go here. These could be power shafts. This one can be vertical. Normal, normal. And just like that. That can go away. And these, for safety, I'm going to want impermeable. Oh. Wait, does this work? Interesting. You can make a vertical tube way impermeable? Would it still work or not? Normal mode droughts are so short. Yeah, they're pretty short, I have to say. My last game was in hard mode. And now with normal mode, I'm like, oh, this is fine, actually. I might... Let's see... Inventors. Oop. Like that. Because I need to remove these ones. Same as that. Let's see. We should copy the settings of this one. Do all of these. Perfect. So what the damage here? 404, oh no, power not found. Oops. And that should be fine, I think. Oh. Silly me. Derp? You derped bad here. Hmm. Dang it. Right. You see what I did, chat? I was like, why is this so little? Don't they produce more? Did I read like just the individual production? Why is the global production the same as the individual one? Oh, right, it doesn't connect to the side. Oops. So... that would be better. Although maybe we want to prioritize like hauling all of this. Maybe pause at least one. per sector until that's done. Right. Okay, so that's all gonna connect. That's great, that's great. I might want high priority on the two ways, please. Pretty, please. But hey, even during a drought, we're keeping it on power pretty nicely. With the entire base running like 100%. At the moment, we're not always connecting the science. That's the only thing. We're not running 100%. We should be able to remove the old stuff over here. Uh-huh. Yeah, I do think that's it. So we have one more water wheel on this side, and then we're going to have... I think we're going to at least double the power output of the entire base, to be honest. Could we perhaps like prioritize that part? It's just a few logs, so you know, it would do us some good to have at least half of this shaft online. This can be accessed. Yes, yes. Buildings unstaffed? What? 22 vacancies for bots? Why? Is this because everything turned on? I think it is. Can we go to like 70 then? 70 bots? Oh, look at that. Ooh, nice. No, we have enough power for everything and we're still building more power. And that's during a drought as well. That is so nice. This? The channel is wider over here. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's what I thought. One AM warning, thank you. So let's prioritize the dirt that we have over here. Maybe that, not that one. This one can be higher priority, I suppose. This will need to be a path. For now, this can be a path. Oh, we have run this down. Hey, we might start needing more water. Finally. Right, so. Too high. Actually, no, these two need to be 3 high, technically, I believe. And technically, these would need 3 height if we want to line them up with the bottom here. These would need 2 height. Actually, no. These are... So, this is 1 height, 2 height, 3 height for this. So, you are a 3. And technically you're a 1. Right. I'm starting to try to learn shortcuts for the game, which invariably is going to mess with my shortcuts for the other games. Oh no, actually this one's fine. But yeah, I think I've reached a point in the game where I really need to start learning shortcuts. So I've been trying to work a little bit on that. Okay. What are we doing here? Oh yes. Very nice. Oh, we are out of logs. Why is that? Because we have eaten all the logs. Oh no, we haven't marked this for cutting. That was stupid. Um, um, uh, you. Alright, that's almost excellent. We do have a few buildings and stuff, but that's because bots need to catch up on bot production, and that requires a lot of wood. I am going to start needing more wood. More forests. Maybe this area could be a good forest. What would be the range of a forester here? This could hit this entire bottom plateau, more or less. Yeah, I think I want it to. Next, we are going to need for not foresters. Well, we are going to need lumberjacks. A lumberjack flag placed over here. This is weird. Right. I'm going to want a lumberjack like this. One like that, one like that, let's say. You're going to be on. I need to go and lock wood automation for me. Right, I do need to fix that. Because they're gonna be on Forest 3. So you're gonna be Forest 3, level 1, Forest 3, level 2. And Forest 3, level 3. You're not hidden, that's perfect. So, Forest 3 is gonna be that one. One, two, three. Next. We are going to need resource detectors. One. And you're going to be detecting logs. And a little bit of a relay, which is going to be Forest 3. You are Forest 3A. Forest 3B. You are on if A or B are on. I can go hide A and B. While over here, press 3. These can be hidden. This one's green. And I think these ones I put on blue. Because they're indicators. And so, yeah. Press 3, 1, 2, 3. Uh-huh. These are of course prioritized. Same as you, and you. Can't get all the required materials. Out of planks? Is that true? Oh yeah, because I have no wood anywhere. Now that you mention it, I do remember an issue like that. I think I was trying to do something about it recently. Okay, so wood's getting planted, but it's not like we're going to have trees in here for like the next 30 days, so It's gonna take a while to fix our wood issues. But hey, at least we're making progress. Oh, did I designate a tree cutting area over here? I did not. That is my bad. Right. We can detonate a few of them. Why is there triple dynamite right in the middle of the path? I think my beavers are playing pranks on each other. What am I making? For this one, so I'm just getting this dam deeper. So it can store more water during droughts. That's basically the extent of what we're doing here. So this is like my main water dam during droughts. And we're starting to reach a point where we have enough water consumption that we're kind of emptying this and then this and threatening to start emptying this, and I'd like this part to remain green. So I'd like this to never get empty. So I'm increasing the amount of water inside by blowing up the ground. Over here we're expanding the amount of power we have available, you know, just a tiny bit, 16,000 horsepower, something like that. So we have a lot of power to play with. And what was the other project I was working on? Oh yes, over here we are increasing the amount of forested area we have because we are currently completely out of logs and planks and gears, which all boils down to we are completely out of logs, doesn't it? So yeah, we're planting more oak. We've been building a lot. Things that are very resource intensive. We've also started building boats, which are extremely resource intensive in wood as well. And that's not gonna go away as a consumption, so we have increased the overall continuous consumption of wood of the colony. And at the moment it's kind of a problem because we need to increase the amount of boats we have in the colony, and the more boats means the more wood per unit of time. We had already slightly increased the amount of wood, but it's just not gonna cut it. So I'm installing a whole new forest. It's also a zone that we're not exploiting before. So having it be actually exploited is, I think, a good idea. So yeah, few lumberjacks, a forester. And that's gonna be nice. Very happy beavers overall. If we want to continue getting them happier, I think the only way to do that would be to go into more types of food, and which means oil. We need oil. Next step is to get oil. So we're going to want to start cultivating canola. Should all of this be canola? Well, maybe, why not? Let's see, where should I have my farmhouse for that? Well, yeah, over here should be good enough. And relatively close to the little hub we have already over here, which is going to allow me to not have to expand too much my operations. Which one is it to store canola? Right, large warehouse. And canola seeds. You're gonna be a supplier. Good. Of course, this again costs a lot of wood. But yeah, the forest is planting. We have automated things. So what we've done here with the automation is these two detectors detect if the trees are growing in this area and are ready to harvest. We have added them with the mod because the base game has no way to detect the natural resource with automation. So we are detecting if there's any tree in this forest that can be cut. Over in the base, we have, same as I showed earlier for the water really, where we're looking at the amount of logs in storage, and we have 3 different levels. If we are between 95% or 90%, we activate logs, what I'll call level 1. If we're between 90% and 75%, we are adding on top more tree cutter, more lumberjacks, level 2. And if we're between 75 and 50%, we're activating level 3. Or rather, we activate level 3 if we go below 50%, and level 2 if we go below 75%, and level 1 if we go below 90%. So between 90 and 95% actually. Well, level 1 is activated when we go below 90% and stopped when we go above 95%, so they don't blink on and off. So we have this kind of hysteresis. So when we are above 95% of the storage full of logs, we have no logs, no lumberjacks, right? So currently, you see this is red. We are trying to activate logs level 3. But before we activate anything, we check that there are trees in the forest. So these relays over here are because we have 3 wood forests. And so you see that forest 2 is activating lumberjacks from level 1, 2, and 3. The other forests are not activating their lumberjacks because they have no resources that can be gathered. So these lumberjacks are level 1, level 2, and level 3 for this particular forest. And so they're going to activate in order as I need more logs, but also they're only gonna activate when there is something that can be harvested. Which is currently not the case. So you see that currently only this forest has activated forest 1 because there is one oak tree available. And no, it's off, so yes, I need wood, but there's no point having my lumberjacks at work if I need wood and I have no wood available to be cut. So as the trees are going, I'm sending the lumberjacks there to go and gather. I see we have a few kabooms ready as a treat. I still don't get how I ended up with with a bomb on the path, but that's fine. Right. So over here, we need 2 deep ones right there, and 1 deep ones over here, and this all needs to go 2 deeper. This is the tunnel that brings water over there. So currently what I'm doing is I'm digging to the level of the bottom of this channel because there's really no point going deeper inside the dam. So I'm just flattening the entire dam at this level. Is the plan. I'm not entirely sure I want this built. Oh no. Well, I did want that one built. Damn it. Hey, Oti. How are you doing? How was Star Rapture with Uwe? Was lurking a little bit. Hope all is well. Yes, yes. All is great. We are deploying Kabooms as a treat. So how could it not be great? Right? And how are you? You're close to making a fuel cell to enter a big building. That will be on the next time. Oh, nice. I'm making bots. I'm making beaver bots. I'm powering my base with a lot of beaver bots. Look at that. All the beaver bots running around. Not just bots, but Lots of bots. Lots of automation too. We are currently kinda short on trees. As it turns out, making bots costs a lot of wood. Am I saying bots or butts? I don't know. Bots, 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 bots. Bots, 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 bots. Beaver bots. We have expanded power. Generation. 16,000 horsepower. Definitely buns. Hey Lana, how are you doing? How is it going? I see, I see. Yeah, we have a little bit of power. And what's great is that if we go slicey slicey. Where is it? Right there. So this is my main bad water source, which is currently powering all these water wheels. So my bad water is coming out here, coming up, going down there, and powering these water wheels. And then joining up with another bad water source that also powers these a little bit. And if you look at this bad water source, we have built a bad water discharge that is always opened, which does mean that we are getting bad water here, even during droughts. And that's super exciting, because during droughts, the main problem is the lack of power at the moment, because we have this entire dam that's completely filled with water, so we don't have a problem with getting water during droughts. But getting power was more of an issue. And that's initially partially why I built this dam over here of bad water. And with the bad water discharge now, we never have an issue on power. We have lots of power because I basically tripled the power generation of the base. And even during droughts, it's going to be quite a bit, even without this source over here. So yeah, exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Oh. NTSA? What's NTSA? I don't know if it's an abbreviation or if you've misspelled anything, something. Oh, nuts. Ah. Oh, nuts aren't large water wheels? I mean, look at that. This one's producing 1,000 horsepower on its own. So, they're actually pretty good. Like, each of these water wheels... Like, look at that. This one is producing 800 horsepower. So what I did here is I cut off, because this source was being sent over here and over there. That's a second resurgence. I went underground, I cut off the bad water going inside there, so that everything goes out here. And then I restricted drastically the flow down there. It was going 4 wide. I forced the flow to go on 2 width, so it would accelerate through my water wheels over here. And then I dug up this tunnel, so... I mean, it was partially dug up, but the ceiling wasn't perfect to get the water wheels below. I didn't have enough space. It was like one side too short, basically. So I dug up a little bit the ceiling. I scraped it with explosives, so I could have this entire row of of water wheels. And then over here, this was meandering like that. And so today we decided to straighten it up and have this other set of water wheels that take power from both this and this. And that generates a huge amount more power because we ramped up a lot the power we're using in the base. So yeah. But now the problem is we have no wood left. But hey, we're almost at 60 bots. That's a lot of bots. And we love bots. So the next project here is gonna be to go into canola. Oh, wait, we're already doing that. Oh gosh. I'm an idiot sometimes. So we started growing canola, actually. This farmhouse is running. That's good, that's good. Prioritized resource, you're working on canola in priority. You are working on corn. Okay, so we need to start making some oil with the canola. That's the goal here. Where can I do that? The problem I have is my industrial district is very cramped. So we made a second industrial district and it's very cramped too. So we're gonna need a third industrial district soon. Oil press. Oh no, this cost me so much science. Whatever am I going to do? And so much power. Oh. I'm never gonna be able to feed all that power. Oh no. Right, more seriously, my problem right now is gonna be where do I store the oil? I think we can have a large tank for oil over here. Canola oil. And we're going to need canola somewhere. Over here, I suppose? Why not? Large warehouse. For canola seeds. You are going to paint them. You are going to provide it. Good. This is gonna take a while. 80 planks and 60 gears. Yeah. What's being unstaffed? Oh, yeah, the holding post. That's fair. I suppose we can switch it back to beavers rather than bots. This isn't immediately gonna unlock a new industry. We're going to need like some more agriculture on top. But it's a requirement for basically everything else. If we want to do the soybeans, we need oil. If we want to do the algae, we need oil. If we want to do the eggplant, we need oil. And that's the three we haven't done. So yeah. We need oil. Is basically what this boils down to. Let's get high speed. Uh-huh. A bad tide is approaching. Oh no. Whatever are we gonna do? Maybe these platforms weren't a good strategy. It's clean water. Why do we need platforms? Access everywhere. The water's not gonna kill us. This isn't oxygen not included. Where the water very much tries to kill our bots. Might have been risky, that. I could have trapped a beaver in there if I wasn't careful. Which I haven't been at all. Right, so... Uh-huh. That would be a 3, or a bunch of 3s I should say. And this would be a 2. And a few 3. Of course. This is the perfect height, so 0. No, not you. A 1. Right, maybe... Let's try to change tactics here. I don't know. This is very random building. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Whatever, we're building something at this point. Yeah, so maybe if we prioritize these. Then we can go and collect what's at the bottom, whatever. And go build the dynamite at the same time. Because why not? Maybe I should have done this. And gone straight here. Possibly. We'll see what we do. I'm kind of thinking of maybe putting dirt here. I don't know. Right, another project I do want to tackle is to fill in this thing. Also, there's another one. Where is it? Right, but that one's in here. That's the one, yeah, and we have one in here. That's kind of annoying. Ain't it? Right, yes, right here. Which is kind of polluting the ground. But this all could be accessed over here. Right? Like we could go into this hole and go below. So we can do that later. This is a little bit more urgent, I feel. So what we'd like here would actually be to just cut off this entire branch, really. There's no reason to bring bad water over there, I feel. At least not at the moment. I'd prefer to have clear water in there. And cut this off. Yeah. Which does mean going in there. So let's hatch a plan. I think we're just going to have... Maybe it would be nice to have a tubeway station over here. Little tubeway there. I'm probably going to want platforms over here. Whoop. Didn't take my click. And all the way there. This is gonna take a lot of resources. But that's fine. Hey, Crying Casual, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Or Monday? What day is it now for you? Okay, so we can descend basically into the hole. And then we're going to get in there. And seal this up. No, not floodgates, levees. Perfect. It's going to take a while. But who cares? Really? Other thing, I think I would like to go across here. And that's a perfect opportunity to do it. That way we can actually have a station over there. Maybe here? I mean, I could use a lumberjack. It's not like I couldn't use the wood. I am a little bit starved for wood. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, you're welcome, Crying Casual. Always welcome. We're not gonna automate these ones. We just want them to cut all the wood that's available in range. And then be done with it. Actually, let's take this opportunity to clean up a few of the tree cutting areas that we worked on over the years. How many days, how many years is 35 cycles and 17 days? Is it years? Is it even a year? Ooh, we're harvesting canola. Nice. That's our first harvest, so we should start having oil. Yes, yes. Nice. Which does mean I can automate canola oil actually and canola. Because why not? So canola seeds. Canola oil. Bad tide is ending. Oh, there was a bad tide. I didn't even check what was happening. I should have actually. Because our power must have been nuts during the bad tide. Well, technically that might be the same level still. Which is admittedly kinda nuts. 21,000 horsepower. That's not bad. So, you're on canola. And you? No. You're a brewery. Where's my oil press? It's somewhere in there. Oh no, it's not somewhere in there. It's actually somewhere in there. Oil. Post by automation. Oh, because I haven't built the automation. Derp. That's fair. You are done. And you still work. Very good. I might want to come in here and do a very similar thing. Whenever possible. And just cut down all the trees. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good order of priority. So, we can blow this up. Very good, very good. Aha, too far from a district. That's kind of scandalous. You are telling me there is planks lying around that you won't go and get? That won't do. That will not do. At all, at all. We will not tolerate failure to collect planks. Situation is kinda dire in terms of trees. So... Nip, nip, nip. Don't you dare. We have bots out of power again. What's going on? Is it just... Yeah, I think it's temporary. That's fine. Okay, one thing we might want to do... Oh, no, 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 no. I take that back. We do not want to build control towers which are each 20 planks and 15 gears. I think you can spot the problem. That's not gonna cut it. 2 AM warning. Thank you, Flame. Ooh, yeah, that's a good amount of power. That I'm happy with. We have nearly filled the jobs, the bot jobs. The jobs bots. We're slowly ramping up to 70 bots. If we can. I think it's just a matter of having enough wood production. Which currently we're showing up by just cutting all the forest we can encounter. Ooh, talking about which. That's a sexy forest you have there. Would be a shame if something happened to it. A few teeth marks. Aha, you're done? Wanna be careful not to order them to stop cutting this forest. Oh, dang it, this doesn't reach anymore. And this never reached. Well, if that's gonna be the case, then maybe this can move. Can't it? Or then again, maybe not. Fine. My buildings are going in the way of each other. It's annoying. Right. Ba -ba -ba. If that's gonna take a while. It's fine. Well, we could build Greece. I don't think the Grease factory would actually cost us much wood. We just need to find a place that has access to both canola oil and the large tank of this. I'm thinking maybe we have a stairs here? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think that's a good idea, actually. Look at that. That's gonna be great, actually. Yes. I was afraid of that. They're going to have trouble accessing this. Hang on a second. That's better. So it does mean they need to access to build all of this before they can build these, or to remove that. Fine, let's remove this power shaft. We do away with that. Technically, it's just a mud bath that is going to be mad about it. I think everything else is fine. Yep. Let's go. And that means we now can link these together. And so anything built in the middle has access to both elixir or extract and oil. So the perfect place to put the grease factory, really. Be right there, in fact. Hang on a second. I mean, power is being sent to both sides, somehow. So do I even need these shafts? I don't think I do. This is still powered. Yeah, it doesn't appear that I do need these shafts. I don't know what I did, but apparently I did something correctly. Actually, this one may be required because it takes power from here in there. Right, so grease factory. Over there. And then we can have a grease tank somewhere. Maybe next door? Oh no, that's not gonna work, is it? That's not gonna work. And I'd like, ideally... I'd like to push that somewhere they can grab it. There. I think that's fine. Is it cheaty? Slightly. But I need the planks. Liquid storage? No, storage. It's in storage. Okay, and so you can store grease. Yeah. And so... should I automate a grease factory? I think I should. Medium chance of injury too, so yeah. Oh, I wanted to automate it. That's what I wanted to do. I was looking at that game being like, wait, there wasn't something I wanted to do. What was it? So, grease, 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 grease. Your active is less than 95% of storage. Let's go. I see 2 beavers with nothing to do in range. That would be the lumberjacks, wouldn't it? Yep. That's fine. That means you did your job. Well done. Ooh, we are nearly at the first food harvest of Forest 3. That's gonna be nice. And also... can I see my bot beavers? Ooh yeah. Look at all these bots with the level 1 condition. Nice. So bots don't have happiness. They have condition, and you have 2 upgrades you can give them for this tribe. It's supplying them with grease and supplying them with the control tower. So them being in range of a control tower. So that's kind of the next upgrade we're going to be looking at for the bots. It plays basically the same role as happiness, but slightly different. Because you don't have the same kind of granularity. Alright, so... over here. That's a 1. And that's a 2. And that's 3. And that's a 2 on top. And a 1 on top. That's a 3 on top. And technically you too. Would this work? I think yes. Oh. Well, we might lose these planks. Not much I can do about them. I could... Uh-huh. I have a path. You're prioritized. You're prioritized. So. A little kaboom here, a little kaboom there. A little kaboom everywhere. Can we prioritize these? Because I'd like to blow this up. Before I start on the other side. I could go with this one, I suppose. Well, that could help. I guess I could even remove these stairs too. After all. I don't know where that went. Oh, down there. Fair enough. It's fine, they can access them still. Let's blow up this. Yeah. That's a mystery where this one went. Oh, the other side. I like it when you have buildings everywhere. It's a dense field of explosives. And you remove something and you're like, where did the rubble go? I have no idea. Technically, I'd like to do them all at once, if I can. This could be accessed from over here. The drought is approaching. Because I think there's an achievement for doing a certain number of kabooms in like a day or something. So let's install everything and then we blow them all up at once. Shall we? These ones are not going to go all the way to the correct depth in one step, but that's okay. This might need to go one deeper, this entire channel over here. I think it does. I kinda hope I don't accidentally like dig my way to a tunnel or something. No, we're fine. You have to be careful with this map. There are tunnels everywhere below. So you could accidentally dig your way inside the bad water channel or something. That would be awkward. Very awkward. Uh-huh. Okay. As soon as this is done, I think we're ready. Ooh. One big family reach a population of 100 beavers. Ooh, nice. Oh, we have beavers sleeping outside now. That's awkward. One big family, but not everybody gets to sleep inside. That won't do. That simply won't do. I think we're ready. Let's go to 1x speed. Alright, let's go. Detonate. And I have become deaf. Explode 200 dynamite in a single day. That was an achievement for us. Nice. Deaf with an F. Yeah, so this entire plateau needs to go 3 deeper. And this can become 1 deeper. Ooh! Beaver made wilderness plant 10,000 trees during a single playthrough. That's another achievement. We're doing all the achievements right now. Nice. I like that, I like that. Let's have a little bit of access. Uh-huh. Perfect. Here we go. The forest is finally growing. Forest 3 is up. Oh, why is this disconnected? What happened? Oh, they were only connected to... I see. Oops. Well, that's my bad. They were only connected to the battery. So this is why I was like, I don't see where they're connected, but they must be. Yeah, they were connected not. It's okay, we can build a workaround. We might want to prioritize that though. Well-being is dipping a little bit. But hey, look at that. That's a pretty nice dam if I say so myself. That's a damn good dam. But I was wondering why happiness was dipping. We have a lot of the entertainment disconnected at the moment. A lot of the valuable entertainment too. So this would explain that? Wouldn't it? Oh, this one is making progress. Actually, it's making so much progress that this is closed. This is officially closed. That's exciting. Because that means the level of water in here is now dropping. It technically means we could connect this source to help with this. Not that I really need to, but I could. Oh no. Can they access it? I think they can. Yeah, I think they're fine, actually. It's just a matter of getting the builders over there. We are in 1x speed, which I'm not quite used to. Okay, this is back on. This is charging. I shouldn't be in 3x speed, I should be in 2x speed because my game is stuttering a little bit in 3x speed. It's not quite happy with how it can run. I could dig this entire thing to the full depth of the dam, technically, because this is too higher than the bottom, so I could go too lower here, so yeah, I could go to this depth right there. That's not a bad idea. Eventually I think we'll do that, but right now there's no actual need to. I like this new district, actually. Especially what we did with the power, of course. Grease is being produced, but we're lacking canola oil a little bit, maybe? I'm not quite sure. No, maybe we're fine. Maybe it's just the speed it takes, well, the time it takes to actually produce grease. Oh, that's my coffee beans. What are we doing on coffee? No, that's not coffee. That's my mug of coffee. You can drink it from the tap. You have to enter the building to drink it from the tap. That's big tap. No, that's my jam. Okay, logs are getting there. $54 bots. This is going down. That is great. This is gonna take a while, but it's so worth it. Oh, look at that. I think we can start turning this hauling post into bots again. Maybe we add a new hauling post. That can be beaver powered. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's a minefield and a half. You do not want to go have a walk in there when it goes off. Oh yeah, that's a drought, not a bad tide. My bad. The great thing is that, like canola, for example, is super sensitive to droughts. Drought resistance 0.5 days. So, like, you cannot expose this to a drought. But it doesn't matter because we have so much water. So how is this not going to last 5 days, right? It can't not last 5 days. And the deeper it is, the more volume we have per unit of area. And so the better off we are in terms of water preservation during drought. So not only we are storing more water, we are losing less proportionally. On top of the consumption effect. Kaboom ratio, exactly. Hey Jay boy, how are you doing? The Kaboom ratio is in our favor. Ooh, the coffee is stopped. Yeah, they're stoked about the coffee stock. I don't know if we'll need more oil pressing or not. I got a troubling letter. Just too many things to do at the same time, so something slipped past you. Ah, that happens. Don't beat yourself for it. It happens to everybody every once in a while. Some people it happens more often than others. It's, you know, it is what it is. You're doing your best. At the end of the day, you're just a human being. I say that because to me it happens a lot. That's actually one of the core issues with ADHD, right? It's having trouble managing things, remembering that you have to do something, and all this kind of stuff. So, to somebody with ADHD, that happens a lot. And one of the things you learn when you learn more about ADHD is that yes, you have issues with that, and you have to accept that, and it's unhealthy to beat yourself about it. Am I actually diagnosed? Yes. For a long time, I was self-diagnosed. I knew I had it because my entire family has it, basically, and some of them were diagnosed, and it was fairly obvious. But I am now actually diagnosed. Yes. And actually, that's one of the things. It took me years, literal years, between the moment I took the decision to seek a diagnosis and the moment I was actually able to go through all the steps to get one. You know, to take the time to do it, to not procrastinate it, to like just it takes 6 months to get a first appointment. So, yeah. and that was the fast one. You know. So yeah, it's something you have to learn as an ADHD person, to accept that yes, there are things you have trouble with, but because you're not always as perfect as you would prefer to be, doesn't mean that you should beat yourself about it. Because that's extremely unhealthy if you do that. And I think that's not just for ADHD people. That's something we should accept, like apply more widely. Yes, people sometimes fail, people sometimes don't do the best they could. And that's because they're just humans, so whatever. You're wondering about yourself too? I really recommend, if you're wondering, I really recommend getting or seeking a diagnosis. It took me a very long time to do so. Because, well, for a variety of reasons, but one of them was for a while I was telling myself that, yes, I know I have it, but that's fine, I don't need help with it. And first of all, that was wrong. I did definitely need help with it. And I realized that years later. Second of all, the day... Like, if you're diagnosed, at least the day you need help with it, you can do that relatively faster. You're kind of already in the circuit, or you can, like, exactly like the day you're having trouble with your employer about that, for example, and you say, yeah, I'm not doing it on purpose, it's because I have ADHD, people will ask you, are you diagnosed? Because if you're not diagnosed, they won't believe you. They simply won't believe you. And so the simple fact of being diagnosed means that when you need to explain people that, yes, that's how you work, and that's not much you can do about it, people will accept better to try to understand what's going on. It's the same for you, actually. Right? It helps you understand yourself better and understand how you react, why you react in a certain way or another better. And that's important. I'm kind of on the fence about blowing things up before the end of the drought. I think it might be best to wait for the end of the drought, because since we didn't start with that space empty, if that makes sense. We started with a full dam, but with a full dam with more dirt with this space filled. If we empty this, we're just going to expose more water surface. So it's going to work against us at the end of the day. We're at 41 happiness. Why is it going down? I think because the population is increasing. I think that's my issue here. We need campfires and rooftop terraces. I think we just need to expand the entertainments that we're providing to this area more. So, rooftop terraces. Where are they? Well-being? Yeah. I think we should do a little bit of decoration along with it. How is this? Try to... I mean, we might as well just do this. Maybe something like that. And you know what? We can have like a bell and a beaver statue. Hang on, I can't see how it's oriented. Yeah. Hitting the bell. You can ring my bell. We do need to build what's behind the rooftop terrace before we build the rooftop terrace. Or it's gonna be difficult to reach behind, I think. Let's go. Maybe we can have a shrub here. A little bust somewhere? Are they going the stairs? The bust facing them? This to look at the clock when they're in the campfire? Why not a bench? A little bench as a tree? A pole banner. Customizable pole banner. I kind of have an idea. Is it going to... No, that's perfect. It's not gonna capture it. Is this gonna work? Refresh. Did it work? Uh-huh. Oh no. I think I crashed the game. Hang on. No, 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 no. Oh, but... that's flipped. Okay, let's try again. Do I have... I tried to use the file that I used for the tails. Okay, maybe. Let's try again. Refresh. Ooh. Look at that. Okay, I like this. It doesn't even do anything for the colony, but that's fun to have. I think maybe one thing we could do is have them work a little bit less. Let's go to 12 hour. We don't have mushrooms. We have a bunch of fermented mushrooms. So maybe it's just because the storage isn't getting there fast enough. Maybe we'll just get there eventually. Which buildings lack goods? Well, the mushroom buildings. Yeah, the two mushroom buildings, really. We need more hydroponics. That's all there is to it. Ah, yeah, right. I forgot about that. So... Uh-huh. Oh, wait. No. Better? Right. Perfect. Ooh, we have reached... I thought I saw 70 bots. Maybe I'm wrong? I was about to say we have reached 70 bots because I saw 70 bots and then 64. I'm like, what? Okay, so the drought is about to end, so we're going to be able to explode all of this. That's gonna be nice. And as you can see, like, this didn't empty, so that's great news. Even with just the little addition to the storage, the water storage we already did, we increased the longevity of this reservoir quite. Which does ultimately mean that this forest remains functional, like it would survive the drought, even the entire drought. That's not a problem. This survives a 15-day drought. But it continues growing during the drought thanks to that, because this never dries up, so that's kind of the objective here. Alright, so drought has ended. Let's detonate stuff. Let's go. Ain't that nice? And we're back to our maximum of well-being. That's all thanks to the banner, I'm sure. That's still not great on the grease front. I'm kind of worried about that a little bit. Maybe we should move this back and have like 2 or 3 of them. Something like that. Like we could have this entire thing here. Dedicated grease. I think I will do that. What it does mean is I'd like to blow up these two. Can I have access to this? It's a little bit tricky, but I believe I can. Yeah. All I need to do is go up there, go down here. And then that's gonna be enough space to go and move this grease factory right there. We can even build it before we remove that. And we're going to be able to make this a little bit cleaner too, that's gonna be nice. Because what we did over here is a mess. Because I kinda messed up. As it happens. Okay, we're getting there. Lots of tree cutting. We officially have 70 bots. Okay, I think I want more. So let's go to 80. Continue working, damn it. You'll stop when you're dead. Oh, out of battery, I suppose that's the same. Uh-huh, uh-huh. We just need them to build this one. But the other ones can wait a little bit. You know? I'm thinking... Which is never a good thing. I might have a very bad idea. I mean, it's a very good idea. But it's a very silly idea. Okay, here's my idea. You know, I don't like that we have like a little industrial district here, and a little industrial district there, a little industrial district there. It's all really constrained by two things, really. First off, the fact that we don't have a big flat space. Second off, the fact that like we kind of have to have all these things one next to the other. And where we want everything in proximity to the storage, but also in proximity to each other because everything needs to touch each other, etc. So hear me out here. What if, like, right here, for example, I don't know, something central? Yeah, that could look nice. On top of this little mountain. We start doing something like that. We'll need power over there, of course. Oh, I might be one off. Yes, that's better. here. Something like that. These will need to be like this. These could be like that. And then we could have something like that. Does this one need to be like this? Well, not necessarily. We have a little bit more leeway in the middle, you know? And of course, for the next floor, we'll need to repeat the pattern. So, where would that be? In line with this, basically? Huh? And then we can finish this floor. And then we can start working on the next floor. That's all factory space that we can have over here. Right? We can be like, okay, on this floor we do industrial lumber mills. And I don't know, gears. Or whatever. And maybe we also have the wood workshop. And maybe if we want to, we could have like mirroring this vertical power shaft, basically. We could have tubeways and tubeway stations being fed that way. What do you think? And then once this is full, we can have the next floor on top. And we could have a section of it that's dedicated to storage. And basically a big column that goes up and where part of it, maybe the corners, are doing storage. And so we'd have like this big tower kind of on stilts that does all the heavy industry in a more organized way. What do you think? Or maybe we could have several of them. We could have one for like the heavy industry. We could have another one maybe over here for like the food industry. I think I want to keep the farming on the floor. I've done previously this kind of setup for farming. I want to keep playing with the terrain for farming, basically. Because that's going to be the part that takes a lot of space at the end of the day. I don't know. Food for thought. Maybe that's something we could do. And that could be fun to do. I'm kinda tempted. So what's happening in here? Oh, I see. Hmm. We'll have to move the fuel valves, I suppose. And to blow this up. But in theory, that's possible. So let's see here. Right. So this one is currently not working. Let's demolish that one. Then we connect this. And then before we run out of power... actually, no, we can't connect this like that. Because this cannon needs to be a vertical power shaft to connect this part. Oh dear. I think my sketch is in the middle of the way. Nope. Ah, I did manage to remove just that one. Okay. So yeah, let's connect all of this like that. That seems nice. These will want to be high priority, please. Because we kinda like having your buildings powered. And this will only last as long as the batteries last. Which, to be fair, are going down pretty slow. There we go, we're reconnected. Are we? Oh no, we're not. I was like, wait, what do you mean zero supply? Ah, no, we're reconnected. Perfect. And they're all automated on grease. Perfect. So that should help lubricate their throat. Nice. What are we doing here? Oh, look at that. It's not yet entirely bad water free, because it's going to take a while before all this bad water evaporates. Like, it has 3 levels still in here. There's all of this that needs to evaporate. But this is not contaminated anymore. And more importantly, we don't have to worry about, oh, if we do something to the bad water system, will bad water like come out here and pollute our entire system, right? No, if we were to go, I don't know, out there and plug up something, then we wouldn't have to worry about, oh, but that's the lowest point and no, all the water's gonna come out of it. Because it's not a point of that network anymore, as it turns out. Because right now, let's see. We have bad water that could come out here, but doesn't. Because it doesn't have the pressure to do so. We could have it come out here if we disconnected these. That's not currently what we're doing. It would make this entire thing a freshwater source. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. But we could be more ambitious. Because what if we block it further? Right? So this is a bad water source. I mean, we could seal the bad water source itself. We don't need the bad water to be flowing over here. And what about this one? Same. We could come over there and seal this bad water source. Where does this come from? Okay, so they're all really resurgences of these two water sources. And then we go in there. They go there, and then they go and feed this. Interestingly, it doesn't go straight. Oh, there is a ledge. Okay, okay. So I like the fact that it's helping my power. It's contributing to my power, these sources. So we could simply go and prevent them from going inside the clean water over here. Like seal them to their own shenanigans up there. We'll have to think about that. Definitely. What time is it? Oh, it's 3:30 a.m. Hmm. Well, I will need to consider going to bed at some point, I suppose. And we've kind of failed the objective for today, to be honest. I'm not sure what else to do without starting into a big project. Or like a new type of crop or something like that. So we might stop here, I think. For tonight. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so. Thank you everybody for joining me tonight. I do hope you enjoyed. We have finally starting the great bot replacement. We've significantly lowered the amount of work time for the beavers. We have reached 44 happiness, which is not bad at all. We have reached 100 beavers too. Even above 100 beavers, I'm not sure why it went down. But it's fine. So I think next stream we need to like finish producing all the foods. So we have 3 more foods to go, and then we go into the buildings, the old buildings, the monuments. So we need to increase the industrial production again, probably, this kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll start working on that. And of course we will expand bots production. My goal would be to replace... basically to stop having to have beavers working. I want all beavers unemployed and having fun and not working while the bots are working. That's kind of the goal here. So we have removed beavers from all industrial jobs at the moment. All heavy industry, we still have like the food industry that's run by beavers, partially. At least, I don't know, can I find one that, yeah, stuff like the oil press or stuff like that, but not anything that risk injuries. So we have completely retired beavers from injury-prone industries. That was the first objective. Yeah, we've started replacing a lot of beavers by bots in other areas. Farming will be the last thing they will take in charge, because I think it suits beavers better to be doing farming than heavy industry. Although these are the Iron Teeth, so maybe they disagree with me. Anyway, let's go and find somebody to raid, shall we? Is streaming at the moment. Well, you know what? It's not the same game, but Taco is starting a new Satisfactory game. So why not? He's raided us a few times. He's a great friend of the channel. It's another factory game, so let's go say hi to Taco. Let's see. Let's go say hi to Taco. So, if you are not following the channel, don't hesitate to drop a follow. It's anonymous. It helps you find your way back here. It is completely free. And yeah, it helps the channel a ton. And especially if you enjoy the content, of course. If you're already following the channel or even subscribed, and you want to get more involved in the community, I do have a Discord channel that you can join where we talk about stuff and games and stream, and it's probably the best place to know when I'll stream, because I do try to follow a schedule, but it's always a little bit iffy on the schedule when I do that, if I do stream, etc. And if you want to find the VODs of the channel, I do have a YouTube channel for you. And finally, if you just want to raid... Oh, my bot is not subscribed anymore. Hang on. How did I not notice? Or did it just run out? I think it might have just run out. Whee! Right. That's better. Alright, so, if you are like Wenbot and you have the emotes on the channel, you can grab the second message, otherwise you can grab the first message, and let's go and say hi to Taco and share the love with him. Did I write this right? His name is a little bit complicated to write. Yes, that is correct. Alright. So, once again, thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. I do hope to see you next time, which will be on Wednesday. And until then, have a great, wonderful time. Bye-bye!